Hello, how are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching on YouTube, catch us live at twitch.tv/RetalkSmile2. And if you are watching on YouTube and you like seeing me, like, comment, and subscribe. If you don't see, feel free to leave a dislike. It's away. I'm going to be today, and let's get this. Hello, who is this? How are you? Hope you're doing well. Can you hear me? Cool. Hello. That's good, because otherwise I gotta go check. Alright, I hope you're doing well. Very cool. There. Yes, let's just check. Okay, cool. My sound can be funky with the mic, so I always check, because those times I don't is with the times when the mic, decides that it's no longer gonna work. Alright, I'm gonna get the game up and rolling. We're doing Solarpunk today. Just gonna continue building the city where I left off, I think. I mean, I have some other games I've thought about doing, but I don't know if they're... I don't know, I haven't decided. Gonna continue where we left off. 50 hours in. Yeet. Yeah, we're left here. I guess. I do not remember specifically what I was planning to do. I have a pizza to eat in a second. I mean, I want to build a city, but I know there was a reason I was here. But I can't remember why. Unless I wasn't here. Which would make more sense. Yeah, we got bricks. Let me go see if there's any wood that I've left out. I'm gonna just gather things for a minute. Again, I really wish there were elevators. I feel like that would make sense. The amount of damage I do to myself, falling down things. Or at the very least, a ladder. I really do think those are some of the things that definitely are missing. This also is weird. That's a different issue. Trees. Alright, so we've got that. We should have probably more clay if that was full. Not much. Anymore? Yeah, I do. But I think I'm going to collect myself up a little bit more of the veg. Do I have any extra in here? No. Make a couple more of those. And we'll head out. Because I'm gonna wanna... Probably wanna let it, like, sleep time. I need to make decisions. Decisions. Ow. Alright. Just waiting. Alright, yeah. I do feel like a clock is needed in this game, realistically. Yeah, maybe I should change the interact button to F and the other one to E. I wonder if I can do that. Yeah, I want this to be... No. Yeah, and then I want for the... this to be... there. Just because I've been playing enough up to Hightail. That's all. And it's storming. Hail. Who knows, maybe I'll change it back, but like for now, I mean... I love the explanation that it gives. Different lakes offer different routes. Yeah. Although I did learn of another way, to get, birch saplings, but apparently it's annoying. Which makes sense having seen where it is, but... I don't know, I looked online. Feels like instead it should just be more likely to fall, like giving you a 2. Especially since, like, you're never gonna have noticed it. I am left with... I don't think that's listed in the survival book. Is it? Like, it's not that. I guess it does say it here. But the fact is, it's like, it's not obvious to think about and go, oh yeah, that's how you should try and get your saplings you have a chance at. It feels not well thought out. I know I can't sleep yet. should have a chair in my room. Realistically, if I could make like a little... Actually, thinking about it, I mean, I know the whole thing with Solarpunk and da-da-da-da, but I kind of feel like there should be some other forms of heaters and things, if you think about it, other than just... Especially other than, wood fires. There should be, like... I'm just thinking about it. I'm like, wait a minute. Why is so much of it logs? Not to be, like, mean, I just... Thinking about it for half a second, going, wait a minute. Alright, well, morning sun should be rising. Alright, the day is planned to be good. I mean, I'll just grab the bricks that I haven't cooked, and I'm gonna go ahead and head back to the other... to the main room, I guess? Good way to start my day, right? Make sure my animals are fed, da-da-da, and also, I guess, try seeing how well hoeing dirt and all that really works. Alright. Because, to be honest, I need more wood. Everything. Everything. Now I could go over there, or I could go home. Well, not home, you know, home island. Starter island, really. Alright. There we go. There we go. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, ba, 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 ba. Dun, 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 Alright, well, while I'm here, I'm going to try... Because I did have hoe. I left the hoe over there, I forgot. I can make a new one. Ironically, I don't really. Yeah, it's not a big deal. Yeah. Oh, this is gonna be annoying. I got a leaf. You know, even if someone were to be like, okay, we can get the saplings this way. It doesn't take long to really realize, no, you really can't. A maple sapling, I guess. Still not birch. I mean, that's the thing. Like, it would make more sense to just make it easier to get tree saplings. Alright, you know what? What are my chickens doing? I need a drink in a second, but how are their food? They need food! Really, I should probably have something else. Yeah. What? Oh, you have to be kidding me. Okay, so what? No? That one. I hate. I really wish there was like a little noise that would make or something. If it decides it can't do it. Like. Oh wow. I can see it. Except for, you know. But see, like, if I just am doing this, right, and moving forward, I'm not gonna see that. Why is there no sound for that? Also, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe I want to just not grow watermelons and berries. I'm not gonna need them. Yeah, my glitchy sheepy sheep. I'm feeding you guys. I can't believe I let it go that long. Although, it's not like you guys give me anything, I could just let you starve, but it just seems wrong. I mean, they weren't gonna go hungry yet, but it just got a little bit too close for comfort. How's this doing? Um... Yeah. Berry seeds. Why would I want berry seeds? Leaf. 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 Alright. That's as close as I'm gonna get on that. And then what we do while we're waiting still, we come here. And we remake it. Like, I don't know, I do like that part. At least I can have infinite. That's an alder sapling. How rare are birch saplings? Maple. Birch. It's one. Alright. Wheat seeds. Guess that's another way to get wheat. Weirdly enough, it feels like what I really should have done to start with. Just hoe the ground while I'm waiting for stuff. There's another one. There has to be a better way. I know there's not. Let me be clear. In the game, but there had to be a different way to go about this, rather than destroying the landscape. Again, it's that whole okay, so oh. I was like 50 around. I might be able to do that. This is the risk. Let me just chuck it in here. Regain the materials and do it again and again and again. And it's the same materials every time, so it's not like it's... And I mean, here's a question. What if I don't want seeds? What if I am only just trying to get the... It feels a little weird. Like... I don't know, an expectation. Feels so weird. Alright. I guess I could keep, going. I could. I just realized I need to... I need a drink. As I said, I don't really need watermelons now that I'm like where I'm at. I guess, so, you know, I could just eat a whole couple watermelons. Yeah. I just carry the tacos with me in case I really get myself hurt. Maybe. If I really get myself hurt, I don't mean when I, do that. That's not hurt. Not quite there. I was thinking of feeding my animals again just to kind of know what I'm doing. letting them have some more food. Now, speaking of, I should probably... Yeah, I should probably set up the materials, shouldn't I? Gosh, amazing that you guys just don't mind. Alright, once these have grown, or these guys have, or these have finished cooking, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get some copper, iron, and silicone. Maybe cobalt would be better, but I'm gonna get some materials cooking while I'm gone. I'm gonna come back to cook more things later anyway. What I'm thinking is... I have the material already kind of like going when I get back. You know, this would be... I don't know. Alright. These should be almost done. Alright, so the ones I'm gonna have... I'm gonna look at what I'm gonna need. Come back when I come back to make. You know what? I don't need honey either. I have some cloth on me. I am going to make some of the wax things, and I'll do those on the side as well. Alright, yeah, we're gonna do that. Cobalt, the copper. I'll collect the quartz. Well, I mean, that's one way to go about it, I guess. Well, you don't need much silicone. Overall, I'm gonna need iron and copper, so... I need wood too, but it's not that big a deal. I mean... So what I'm gonna want to do is I'm gonna want to set up all the stuff. So this costs 16 silicone. I've got some over there already, so it's fine. I'll get, I guess, a new mining tool and the other. This costs 20 iron and 15 copper. And this costs 10 and 10, so that'll be fine. Let me get back. Because I realized that stone I can... Actually, I don't even need to make that because I do have one here. So I might just go ahead and go get that started. So that I can have it come back to here and just be able to collect stone, I guess. Although I still wish that I could dump it elsewhere. It's like, I really wish there was something that would allow me to move things to chests. Things are just almost optimizable enough. One of those. 20 iron. I make 2. Made 1. Alright. I'm like 1 short. Alright, we're gonna get all that set up. Because I can. Oh, I need... I just remembered I need more cables. Alright. So I am going to head to the Cobalt Island because I got reminded by going through. That is where the rock... Right, and it should be Fridge, right? Fridge is the one that needs to be the one to do it? Yes. Also... Do I have any chips? I don't think I have any chips here. If I wait a minute, though, I can have copper and stuff. What do I need for a chip? I'm literally carrying everything else. Give me a second, because I don't think I have the... I think the algae's down below. Well, I mean, wait. So just 10. Or is it 20? Just 10. Alright. So we're gonna input this into beach. And then we're going to go set up a mining rock. Honestly, what I really probably should do at some point. Oh, just let it go their way. That's sand, so it's still not right. It is weird. I still go with there's no way to just like automatically switch islands. Like, come on. I mean, I obviously don't have one here, but part of why I don't bother setting up like docks on each island is because it's like I don't want to like crash and burn every time, like, or risk crashing and burning. It's easier to just set up drones considering how early on the drones are. Yeah, it's right there. That's what I want. And now it's silent. And no more music will start. I kind of feel like there should be other music. It makes it feel... Please be right, please be right. Perfect. Well, almost perfect. I can get back on somehow. I can do it. I will do it. Alright, so we need one of these. We need one of these. We're gonna set this to all go to bridge. So. Here's how we're gonna handle this. And... I think that's the ice island, or is that home? Is that home, or is that, yeah, it's home. You can go sleep. And then we'll go start building. I don't feel like building in the dark. So far out. So far out. Alright, so rocks are gathering, da-da-da-da, all that great stuff. It does feel weird, but it's like, I feel like I should be from source. I need to eat. We need to buy. Feel much better. Although I need a drink. But I should have... I'll do. I do appreciate just having the lights on when I get home. It looks so cozy. It makes it feel so nice. I'm just gonna leave everything on. Alright. Alright, to the island. Zoom. I hit the wrong button. That could have been dangerous. Wait, what? What? That was weird. That was weird. Ah, it's here to collect. Okay. As a reminder, this is how this one works, and then we'll have, I guess, something similar on this side. I need more exact, you'll... I guess... Probably what I would want to do here. It's the same kind of thing I did on the inside. So you would have it climb. So we're gonna do, the roof is this. I should fix the, I mean, I thought about doing like 3-story tall, but I don't think I ended up deciding to do that here. On this floor, mind you. These will be 3-story tall. Correct? Yeah, it's direction I need to be facing. Alright, so for now, what I would want to do... But basically then you would have it where you climb here. Alright, so I think I would want to start from like here. Alright. Hmm. Would that be good, or would it be better to start from a little bit further back? Or forward, I guess. I need more rocks. Alright. Let me look for more rocks real quick. I see. Alright. So yeah, I wouldn't want to go... I suppose since each of these is 2, right? Let's forward 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need to move it forward 7 blocks. That's what a taco's for. Just in case, you never know I'd die. Well, I don't know if I'll go for a full 7. We're gonna see. Alright, so that was this one, right? Yeah, on that side. So what I'm standing on is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. So it's like right 1 off. This should connect. Well, almost connect. Honestly, I think it's better to do it that way, because that way it'll at least have some chance at feeling like it's connecting. Or they're supposed to be like that. Would feel awkward. Starting from the one below. So then you walk up to here. I mean, we're completely skipping this. Although, what I could do is I could set up something on here as well. There's really not much to this area, though. And mind you, I could have technically probably gone up another floor instead. Like, if instead of stopping here... Although it would still be mostly like, let me see, I could fit another floor, right? Yeah, I could totally fit another floor in. Yeah. I should go up and do it from the top. But like I could do something to make it feel like it fits. Alright, I need to reclimb up there. I messed up. There, so I can actually get. Oh, no wonder. Alright, yeah, we can build this up 3 floors, in theory. Tall buildings, right? I just realized I don't have any, this is awkward. Alright, actually, I want the stairs first and foremost, because then I can... You come up here. And much like the previous, because then you can just walk down, you walk up. It's a little funky, but it works. And again, you have the wood flooring. So I want to have windows. I probably don't want a window here. Realistically. So that I can know where this goes to. Yeah. Feels good. It feels good. I need to cut down more trees and stuff here anyway. As I've said, I want to kind of change the landscape. Some. Put that away. I also need to work on in here. Because what I would want to do here is have this actually be here. Because then that allows for, like I said, this is the whole space though for the top, whereas the first 2 floors, that's that space. I don't have any glass. I need to cook up glass. I suppose the question would become, do I want windows? I don't know. I think windows are important. Realistically, what are you gonna be looking out at here? I mean, it's kind of nice. You'd be looking at chairs, I guess. You see, if I was to do something... I mean, it is nice for now. No point in the back, though. That's for sure. I believe... I don't know. I am out of rocks. I am out of rocks. So that's kind of where that's starting to go, like, there. I actually kind of like the idea that that's kind of like that. Alright, that's a birch tree, not an alder tree, right? Yeah. You can't say. Alright, and then... kind of just create this little... It does feel weird that I can't put them closer together because, you know, the way it is, but at the same time, I mean, it's just creating this nice kind of bushy background kind of thing. That's kind of what I'm going for here. And then I probably would want to add a small, potentially brick area. But as I've said, I do want to remove the birch trees because the birch trees... I need them for the forestry. Which I might actually decide to have a forestry here as well. Kinda wish I knew how to give myself like a whole bunch. Like if there's a command and there'd be like birch saplings out the wazoo. I don't know, I finished the game. I'm just playing around at this point. Let me see, where are we at on the saplings? I'm up to 11. I need, I think, 12. So I need one more sapling. And I could make a forestry. I could even do it on here. In fact, I probably would. Right? I think what I would want to do, beyond potentially... I don't know. Building some form of bridge between these two? I don't think I would, though. But I suppose one of the things I could do... I had a building here. Maybe I only want this one 5 wide. Alright. Yeah, I could like remove every single stone on this island. And then bring in the fake stones, the decorative stuff. And then it would be very even more so just like fake. I almost like that as an idea. Having it be feeling not real as part of the setting. Vibes, but then I would want to go, like I said, I want to go up top, I think, and put the forestry up there. Alright, I confirm what we would do here. 2, 3, 4. Because I kind of want to put this here so that you don't have something there. 5. Then you can have this be like this. On rocks. I don't know. Depends on what you guys would think. Doesn't really fit the theme, I guess, but at the same time, I mean... I don't know. $50,000 wooden items don't really necessarily fit, so... You know. Alright, so that's 2. Alright, so then I would want to put this here. And get one higher. Well, I was thinking that I would do that. And I was like, yeah, that doesn't make sense. And now I'm back to, yep, that's what I'm gonna do. I might also change where all my... I don't want to have to rename and re-go to every single one. But at the same time, I almost feel like I want to move the production stuff over here. I don't want it on my main island. That'd be annoying. Other where I'm living. Other than the fact I do want to move my animals almost, but I don't know. I will... Yeah, so if you have it like that, then you can have this move back to here. This goes all the way up the island. And then we would adjust this here. As I said, I want power to go over on that side more than this side. I don't really... I could have a forestry here, cleaning everything out. Well, one of them was birch. But by doing that, this is just one building. So, and it doesn't feel like that's enough building to have. Yeah, so if I went... One, two, three, four. I'm out of wood. As I said, I'm going to remove... It's 4... 5, and then I could have that be a second building here, so that's 2 buildings. I could fit some buildings in here. Yeah, and the idea you can go up there. There's really not much here to do, although I could also have it be that you can go up here as well. And maybe have a small building. It'd have to be 1 story. Well, I can have a 3x4 potentially up here. Maybe in the air, so that's not great. So it'd be a 3x3. I can have up here. And I can make it bigger going out the back. And have then a little set of stairs that comes down up here. As I said, you'd have your way. But I definitely need more wood, but I can totally connect it. It's fine. And this could be 1 to 2 story tall, and still potentially have that up there comfortably. Have a way up to it. I definitely think it's starting to kind of come together, idea-wise, right? Still kind of becomes that whole, I wish. I really do wish I could. I don't know. Something. But yeah, what I need to do probably is take down every tree and then put in every tree that I'm going to be able to put in. Mind you, I can't then put them in as close as this, which feels a little awkward, because I do like how that kind of comes out looking. Especially can't do something where they would normally, like this. This does not work, but at the same time, I mean... Oh well. I have to live with it. I cut down this tree. Yeah. Be nice to forget too. You want? I went browsing mods for this game, and like 90% of them is things like fix this, fix that. I mean, yeah. Like yield. I'm just thinking that's kind of sad. But realistically, I mean, I can see it being how it'd be thought of, because it's like, I mean, some things I felt like, but like there was one half I did agree because I'm like the sapling thing, and this whole when you look at the suggestions, a lot of them are things that it's just like again, it's like, why didn't they just implement? The stuff exists in the game already. Do so. And I think the biggest one to me is still the snapping in place for grow beds. Like, why not? Alright, I'm not gonna take down that tree, because that tree can be kind of a nice buffer. But I guess I'll just make a whole bunch of hoes, potentially. And just hope the ground. That could be dangerous. Actually, that's not so dangerous. Although there's no way back up, but, I mean, that's not... I gotta build down there eventually anyway, right? Actually, no, I guess there is, because this is the part that connects to this, not the other bit, right? Yeah, no, sorry, that's not it. I was thinking of, that bit down there. And this is even more space to build things and have things. But here's what I was thinking of doing to change things up for the island. Or rather, changing my stuff as well, potentially. If I build a way up and down here, which I definitely could use one, then I can put a warehouse down there, along with a few other kind of industrial-style buildings would be the idea, right? And then you have, I don't know, houses here as well. It's very difficult to kind of make it still kind of feel like it's fitting within the nature side. Tall buildings. But I need to get glass, so I can put in windows. I need to get more rocks, I need to get more wood. Realistically, I just need to cut down the trees. And then build in. And yeah. I mean, I considered putting the staircase, like, all the way down the side. Just so it would feel okay, I guess. But I think it's fine as it is. So it also doesn't really make sense here. But then it would all kind of come down. And that would... I don't know. I also feel like it's better to kind of just have a small amount, maybe put some grow beds in the front. I could put a tree here. Or there. Especially since the other tree is going to go bye-bye, but that would also help kind of just make it look a little less. As I said, I'm going to remove all birch trees because there's no point. I'd rather have the forest trees. Even if I like them. It feels disappointing, but at the same time it's like... It is what it is. I mean, I guess instead of going up for it, I could put something else at the top and then have the forestry go down with the other stuff I was thinking of doing. Like the warehouse. If I have a warehouse and the forestry stuff and all that below. Oh, I am so out of food and water. I feel like I remember there being a watermelon I haven't actually eaten on this that I could maybe, but maybe I've already eaten it. I probably have. But there is a berry bush, I did spy that. And that does a little water. Alright, so like I said though, I think the idea would be going... down. Just have to survive on no water, right? But if we go down here, as you can see, I think I have enough to get back up, so it's fine. We have a little area down here, so what I could do... Since this isn't where the dock is, I could connect all of this together a little bit. And make a full-on area here. And yeah, I could put a forestry down here as well. Would be like that. Put 2 forestries. On it. Really? Why doesn't it... So let's say we put a wall here, right? snap into place? No. That's weird. Like, that's weird, right? Of all the things to not connect back, the foundation? I suppose what I would do then, I guess, would be I'd start here. And then from there, I want to start kind of... I obviously I don't have more wood. Then go out that way. That feels really strange. I'm not keeping that right now. But I'm serious. Other than the fact that that just was weird. I guess we could start by cutting down the trees here. I can go home and start getting the forestry set up and all that. Come back here. Because after all... with the section being below... at least the first one. I'm gonna want more than one here, I think. But if I set up like 4 forestries down here... rather 2, because obviously you can't fit 4, but if I put 2 down, like, as I go... and a few other types of buildings like that, I feel like that could be really interesting feeling. And then it's also that it's basically the below part of the island, right? And yeah, I want to set up a dock, and then I want to move my bots. I'll move them all over here, and then I'll reconnect them each to their resources and stuff. Other than that, other things I'd want to add, I think, are... a bunch of furnaces and stuff down here as well. I think that would be a way to do it, right? And just have it all be down here. And so we remove all the greenery and loveliness because we don't need it down here. So like I said, I do think I'd want this to be a zone. More focused in I guess industrializing things and all that. I got more than enough now. Let's make 2. I'll need to get wood. Well, I have some wood, but I'm going to use that wood here. We start here. Oh, it's too low. Well, that's fine, because then I can just use these, which are cheaper anyway. Let's see, that's too far up. Let's see, is that too far up? No? Sorry, I'm trying to see what do I think works best. Where does most touch ground? Although they would have touched ground, thank you. But if we set it up like this... Okay, so this is the one that's wrong. That's gotta be here. That's fine. We didn't have all the way to here. And then we'll need a lot more wood, which we'll get from the forestry and all that. We're about to go make. Hopefully we have enough wood at the house. I don't think we do, but if we have that going, then... Of course, I might not have the other materials first and foremost anyway, so it doesn't matter. But just to start kind of designing. And yeah, so then that will allow for being able to kind of bring the wood, across here. And create basically a dock area. Kind of like it. Conceptually. I need to go home, get food and water. I need to get other things going. I need to feed my animals. My animals aren't at home. They're elsewhere, right? I need to make decisions on that. So knowing I'm looking online that you cannot put them inside, that's kind of sad. Like, what are they supposed to do if it's cold? Boom. Like, I don't want to put them in a place that they've been fully locked up and cold. But see, we've got a forestry here. Yeah, I knew it. That. I don't have enough wood. I mean, I'm gonna need to go look at what amount of materials I'm gonna need. Blah. What amount of materials? I get some drinkage. But not too much, because I am gonna get a drink in 5 minutes anyway, but... Right, what do we got upstairs? The forester needs 50 wood. Yeah. I want to do 2, so I need 100 wood. That's a lot. I can do it. I will do it. But realistically, it will overall give me far more of what I want, so that's fine. I'm gonna need metal axes too, but that I can make. I have 5 circuitry boards. I'm gonna need more than that. What I'm gonna probably do is I'm gonna go gather materials. And then come back here. I mean, I have the saplings, because, I mean, but see, it takes 16. Okay, it takes 16. I need 32 birch, so I'm gonna probably go collect some more birch off that island. I'm gonna need these. Oh, nope. I didn't mean to eat it. What? Forgot I had this. I hate. Luckily, I think I have one more raspberry in here. Yep, that'll make things easy again. Chuck the berry seed in here, I guess. But the materials I am carrying on me, I can put them away. Okay, I didn't have anything else. Since I'm gonna work on making the forester stuff, I'm gonna put these away for now. Actually, these go down here. Alright, and then we're not gonna accidentally use our... Oh, I have totally got the wood I need. But I need the other stuff as well. I'll come back and get the wood. But I need to get algae. I need a whole bunch of algae. I'm gonna need even more materials. What time is it? I mean, it is day. Anything to cook? No. I mean, I could make pizza. That wouldn't be hard, but I just don't feel like it. I do have these though. Well, we'll cook these. I don't need leaves. I wish there was a way to filter leaves though. I will say that as well, because it's like, what am I going to do with the leaves? I'd get more recycling ticket thingies, but that doesn't really make sense since I've got all the things that I can buy. I was pretty quick in the keys. I mean, it would make sense to be able to turn them into something like water or like fertilizer or something, but you can't do that. Alright, I'm gonna head back out. I think that's where I kind of go with it, is it's like, I think that's... Again, it's one of those things where it's like, it feels like there should be less spawning or more things to do with them, because otherwise it makes them kind of useless. Especially if you're getting them from the forestry drone. Like, if it didn't give, like, it doesn't give sticks, which you do typically need some, or a decent amount of, right? But it gives leaves, which by this point in the game, you do not need leaves. Not really, not in that amount. And it fills up all the space with leaves. Again, you do not need. I don't know. I mean, you can decorate with them, yes, but, like, the amount of things you'd want to decorate with the leaves are just not enough either. Like, it'd be one thing if they were useful to do things like make saplings or to make, I don't know, something. But overall, I mean, plants don't use that many. Like, at all. And if I want more leaves, I'm already getting them from the sunflowers that I'm getting to feed my animals. Ugh. No. You don't do that. Yeah, I don't want to see the boost. That bug is really annoying. I don't know. Alright, I do need more copper. I do need more cobalt. I do need more... No, I don't need diamonds. I could use some quartz, I guess. I always need more bricks. Do need stone. Do need sand. We go downstairs. Or heck this. Why can't I completely destroy this or remove this? That's something I think does not make sense because realistically speaking, why would I keep it? Or want to have it. It's a broken one that I just can't build next to. And I did try to see if I could repair kit it, but you can't, so yeah. We're not messing that up. Again, I go with, does it collide with the player or not? Like, if I'm not standing on it, what counts? And why does it not stay counted? I don't know. Not trying to complain. Alright, animal food. I guess let's start with the corn. Carrots, peppers, and of course, tomatoes. I feel bad for you still. I just don't really want to fix you. I don't know, I'm just literally feeding them. I'm not even, like, getting anything out of it anymore. There's no point. No, there really isn't. Honestly, yeah, I really do kind of go with, I feel like Recycling Point should have had more to do with. Are you stuck? I mean, you're fine, probably. I think that's why I don't bother. Like... Yeesh. Alright, let's cook up copper. I guess that was cobalt. Let's make more of the briquettes. Do I have any more wax just sitting around? No. I didn't think so, but you never know. First. Any iron. Nope, 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 nope. That's right. This is the spot where I can just do that. Because physics don't care. Alright, this should be full. Why would I bother collecting? I think... Heck, I mean, realistically, I mean... Yeah, I don't know. Did I leave the briquette in here? Yes, I did. Is there any more? Yes. The idea that I was originally going to, break these down, but they're still useful, because realistically, honey, I did honey for a little while because it worked nicely to get the drink, but, like the 15 minutes to 15 minutes. But once it's 30 minutes, and then I kind of go with the vegetable platter became more feasible, especially when you realize it's mismarked. I think it's still mismarked too. Right? Because it says 15 minutes less thirst. When you actually use it, you realize it's 20 minutes less thirst, which I feel like that's something that should be actually fixed, because otherwise it does not look like there's any reason for this to be the final. I mean, realistically on its own, it's weird that this is only 15 minutes and then this is 20 minutes, whereas this is 20 minutes and then this is 30 minutes when fully cooked. You know, that already is weird. Yeah, this place is empty, because you could tell I just started building it. I wanted to build a house here, but then just decided I didn't want to live here at all. Everything is empty. Back home would be nice and warm and pretty. I don't know, I think there's just things that are just kind of, weird. Gameplay-wise and setting-wise. But honestly, some of the stuff they did, I'm shocked that you cannot catch a cold in the rain. That'd actually be a funny feature to have. In which your thirst would, it'd be things where it's like thirst goes up a certain amount. You move slower, or just can't run. You have to walk. Maybe not normal mode, but if they had like a hard mode, I think that was something that would be fun. It encourages you to sleep through rainstorms and stay outside of the rain. I don't think I don't know if it'd even be possible to do. Otherwise, I mean, technically, the only thing you need to build a house for is your bed. Which, as I've kind of proven earlier, not right now, but all you need for that is one piece of, like 2 pieces of foundation, 2 walls, and 2 pieces of roof. And that could be your house. You don't even need a door or windows or anything. Now, what's the time, actually? Which I do think is a little weird. Roll again? Cool. Alright, and they're still going, but that doesn't, yeah. I'll let that do that while I do these others. I missed one. Where? I swear. Alright, I should have enough materials kind of going. Oh, I did not do that right. We'll just let it cook like that. Let's just see what we can do. Let's just see. So, I am gonna need lights and stuff too, but I need another 3 of these. Alright, because I have 5. I'm gonna make 2 of them. Forester... Is there anything different between the normal versus the regular? Oh, you just get to choose the coloration. Let's see. Versus the normal Forester, which just looks normal. I don't need more than that. Alright, so we have a lot of iron. Here. We have a ton of iron, we have some copper, silicone, and cobalt. I'll be able to get stuff done once I get back. I want to grab 2 more birch trees off the one island. Eat a pizza. Eat a whole pizza. Yeah, let's go. I'll leave that stuff there for now and come back for it. I don't want to sit here for another like 5 minutes. Realistically. Or do I? I really don't. I might as well just clear out all the iron. I could have even more drones, though, on the island. And then just have, I don't know, more mining and stuff there as well. If I was to instead make that where that is, down in that area, I think this would... Then, I don't know, would be okay with that. I don't know, I'm kind of also tempted to stick around and just feed them one more time, because otherwise I'm not going to remember to feed them again, and who knows how long that'll be. And that just feels... Again, it feels wrong, but it makes it so difficult to kind of do it. Which is what makes it super frustrating. Because it's like... I'm here to feed them. As a useful example here. Right? do so, I have to wait for all the crops to grow, which, I mean, that's fine. Alright. Why is that sticky? I don't need either of those. Oh, that's still growing. That's fine. Realistically, what I probably should do, since I'm not using any of this for anything other than, like, animal food at this point, I should switch out a lot of it for peppers and just have it be peppers and sunflowers, potentially. Well, I need more peppers for that, but, there. Boom. There goes. That way I make sure they have enough food that I'm not having to come immediately right back. 4 bags is a day. If you think of it as 32 bags equals 8 days. But that's only if it's not like having some sort of misfunction where it's instead of like feeding immediately, which I hope it's not. Because if it is, then that would mean 8 bags in a day, and then that means 4 days equal, which does seem to be happening. But I can't feed them every day. That just can't be done. Or it shouldn't be, rather. So I have to hope it's smart enough. Alright, I need to just go cut down 2 more birch trees, right? Or no, it's more than 2. So it was 16. Boom, we made it. Hey, you make it in 1 piece. Alright, I need a total of 6 saplings. So I probably need to cut down 6 birch trees. I don't know why that's so... yeah. But like I said, I don't think I've got honey birch saplings on this. That's fine. Get that one up there. Need 2 more. 1 more. This should be our last birch sapling. And then I'm going to go home, make 2 forest trees. If I can. And I'm going to bring them back over here. And the 2 forest trees will be having the wood be here. Unless it's like, no, you can't make more than, like, I don't know, 2, which would be weird. Because, like, it's... well, it'd be weird, but believable. I do find myself wondering, though, why is it that birch saplings are in every which way so rare in comparison to getting, like, more of every, like, other dock? Or, not dock, I just read the, tree. Every other tree. But then the one that uses the forester, it has to be the birch. I felt that before, I feel that again. Every time I look at it, I'm left with, but why? Or rather, why specify at all? Alright. No, we don't need a boost, we just need to... boom! Bad. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da da. I should cook more bricks. We need lots of bricks for our city island. Lots of bricks, lots of wood. Need 2 metal axes. That's fine, we could do that. I forgot to go grab the wood. Let me go grab the wood out of the forester that I have on this island. I don't know. I guess you could disagree with me. Yeah. I need to stop growing corn because corn has like no value. I'm gonna have to switch out what seeds I'm using and stuff. Like, I could get more carrot seeds right now, as you can see there, and like all across all the Winter Islands too. I knew it. I knew it. And then trade out like all the corn seeds for carrot seeds potentially. The only thing is it doesn't grow multiple. The corn doesn't either. Not really, not in the good way. I have to just look at what are the actual rates. Alright, so we have more wood. We cook. I can make more pizzas, but I don't really need to make more pizzas yet. I probably will soon enough, but I don't think I'm carrying any berry seeds right now. Probably switch out these with like carrot seeds as well. I have an extra raspberry. Alright. First I need to make 2 iron axes, right? What am I missing? Circuit boards. Luckily for me. Yeah, there need to be more things that use silicone. I also have an extra bed up here. Let's see how different it feels with actual lights and things and just. I love that you can get like I guess because I have the two, it's really nice to be able to compare the difference of the feeling between like having all the lights and things and not. So I have more of that. Alright, I don't have room for more. You know what? Here's what we're gonna do because I have a lot of iron for various things. So what we're gonna do. I mean, I'm not gonna have complete room. Oh wait, no, that's this. There we go. Is all iron. All iron. Alright. Just heard all the cloth I have on me right now. Actually, you know... Yeah, let's do it like that. Chuck the the cloth in here. I might bring in... Well, actually, I don't think I can have bees here, but I would bring bees here. If I could. Because then I could just cook. You know? I do like you can sleep. I like that you can sleep. I do. I know you can do it easy. But I like that you don't have to. I will say that is one thing that I do somewhat like that the demo I kinda liked, but at the same time I think it's okay that it's not in the game. Which is the like at least I think it was, right? That was this game? Having the limited, like where it's like, oh, if you fly at night or during a storm, you could potentially, like, just lose out. Or fall out of the sky. I think that was this one. Alright, gonna get more bricks. I'm gonna see if I have any more glass lying around. I think I do, right? Yeah. Plenty of bricks. I'll leave a stack. I'll leave these as well. I'll leave that. Alright, we have all the materials we need to kind of start. Oh, I just thought of something I should do. Good thing I've got all this wood. But I want these as well. But I actually can do with the iron. I thought that's what I needed. Oh, I need more copper. And I just went with the plain ones. I could have done the fancy ones, but I just don't see a reason to be honest. I guess what's the recycler cost? The first thing, I want to make one of these. Alright. I could technically, I mean, I have plenty of or I could just kind of have it be like this. Then if you pull this, well, I could also have it up there and pull it down. It kind of looks like it could be connecting. Alright. You know what? We're gonna turn these back into the materials they came from. We'll make the fancy ones. Easy. Yeah, we are back. Alright, so we can make fancy colored ones. They kind of look like they could be part of a city. I kind of like the idea of looking like that. It looks decent that way. I don't think the wire would show. I'm just not 100% certain. I want to see, does it show here? Oh, it totally shows. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. That's why we do it like this. If we did it like that... I don't know. Why does it have to be the front? You know what? If we do this like this... It looks kind of like it should be connected to that. So it kind of feels like the water could be, I don't know, coming from. Or something. Like it could be the generators coming from there rather than where it actually is, which is over there, right? Or that it would be a backup generator rather than what it actually was, which is a recycler. Power-wise, how does that, like, dampen things? It's not great, but it's not horrible. Even at its lowest, we're still doing okay with over 1,000 extra, so that's fine. Cool. We have all our materials to go work on more building. Actually, before I go... Because I've got time. It'd be nice if I could carry... Alright. Alright. Boom. We made it! I think I'm gonna need more power than this, but this is just a start. I can't remember how much it needs. Alright, as I said, we come over this way. Oh, I forgot to make the connectors. I'm gonna go back and go do that. Maybe I'll make a second power thing as well. Source of power, rather. I can at least make sure that they fit. Even if I can't, like, hook them up to power yet. That's where it's going to be far more important, I think, rather than just not. Because... Ooh, I need to put another one there. I couldn't see it from the other side, but that definitely needs a second one. Alright, so what I'm thinking, I want to have... I don't want it over here because I want this to kind of be where I would have a bit of a warehouse. Slash the, Why don't you cook? See, that hooks, but this doesn't. Is it? Do you think it's the two, See, that hooks there. So why doesn't it hook there? So let's say I put one here. And here. So that works. Why does that work? Okay, what if we put them like that? That could work. And then I can add more later, right? That's further back. It really was further back. I wasn't trying to have it be that way. Alright, I want this to... Touchy. Really wish I could have this closer to me as I'm looking. And then I could fit a third one in potentially if I so desire. It makes it feel more, you know, it'd be nice if I could actually break this, but yeah, you can't, you know. It makes it feel better. Although I kind of wish I could put it on, like, stone and stuff. I don't think I can, though. So, yeah. As I said, I'd like to have a building over here. I think on this side. Don't want to do that. This would be the lowest or the highest it would go. And pull it down to like there. See, I don't like that direction. And make sure this... Well, what if I instead did it here? want to see how close am I height-wise. That's pretty close. In fact, it might be a little bit higher, so that would probably work. Alright, I'm not building all of it right now. It would be expensive. But if I had that like that, I could even put things along the top. I don't know. Everything else would be floors, of course, but probably. Maybe not. But I think it'd be wood on the inside for the most part. But you can have like this outline here and this. I do wish I could do it like this. I suppose I could technically if I did that there and then if that, but then it still doesn't really work because you've got that part there. Although having it like that, at least allows kind of for the feel. But yeah, of course it would be like that. And then you would walk up and then you'd have this here and then we'll have the building in here. It'll be good. It'll be good. So that's the start of the building. I still probably want brick walls. I might still build them too tall, even if in reality on the inside it's not going to have more than one floor. So they don't have the connectors. I can't like actually connect this, but what I can do here is I can start kind of setting them up. What I would want to do. Okay. If I put that like that, I could put the line. I'd want to make it actually like line up probably, but then you can have the line kind of go between the fences for both of them, and then that could look kind of cool. I think. And then I could put other power things around here as well. E. And then, like I said, the line will go in here. And then we'll have one here. I guess that then I need to have one here. Maybe I would put another one here and another one on the other side. That could also look interesting. Connect and all that. I don't know, we'll decide. We'll decide. I want to actually put windows in one of the buildings and just look at how that will look. So I definitely would want windows on this side, I think. So you put the windows in where they go, right? See, that's where the door is. I'm gonna put normal wall here. I think I could walk onto that wall, if you will. Yeah. Well, I could also just, you know. How do I have the wood in here? It's normally like that. Alright. Let's say we fix this. Because you still have a floor below. Alright. So we could put this here, and then we put a window wall here. Yeah, and then the light. And you can have normal wall. So then we come down here and see that's how that's gonna look from the outside. And then from the inside, because we're doing it like this on the inside, right? But then you'll have this line up the side that indicates it's, I guess, technically multiple buildings. Even if I was to do something where it's not, I think I would want to have that line go all the way up on both sides. Which is fine, because realistically speaking, like on this side, I can do this, because there's not, but the unfortunate truth, I think, is that I might have to hack, because I think these, well, these are fine. This one I need to test. I guess it's high enough. Because it's got the front, that one has to be foundation. I mean, it doesn't look different enough that it doesn't matter, but or that it matters, but still. All right. Then let's put the wall in. Oh, I ran out of wood. I'm gonna have to go back anyway. But that's how that'll work. So that'll be like that, I guess. And then you walk up the top here. I might put something on the top here. Well, I probably will actually. Which you would obviously, here's where you would access it, but then you can have a rooftop garden or what have you, and have the glass potentially as well. So if we were to put a door, I mean, you'd have to be here. Or, I need wood. I haven't changed how I feel about the birch saplings. They really kind of need to go, and I can always make another forester. It's not that I don't like them, by the way. It's just more that I kind of feel like they're not very useful. Actually, wait, why am I doing that? It should be, because it's a roof, it would go here. I just did that. Yeah. Looks like you kind of hop up here, you hop up here. Right? Then you can have an outdoor area upstairs. If I could put animals here, which I don't think I can, I could totally put the animals up there and it would feel pretty normal. Probably want to put another building here as well. Yeah. I wanna destroy this rock now. And then I want to see how much space do we have here. Let's see, I would want to be here probably. 1, 2, 3. Maybe 3. And then for it to be able to be behind here, can this go? How high can this go? Actually, it can go pretty high. Could go up 4. Right, these aren't very big building area. Realistically, what I probably would want to do well, I mean, what I could technically do is you do that. Because that's just wall. Then you remove these. Again, we just put that there. No different. I think instead I would want these to be wood. that does not work. No! Nice sneakiness. You have no idea. Kind of thing. Ooh. Yeah. And the inside is a 3x3 area now. That can go up and up and up. Or 3 by, I guess, 5? But then what I would want to do... Way to handle this would be... Ditch that a second. Ditch all that a second. Actually, no, not that one. And then again, we just do the same thing here. Okay. There. There. And so then the idea... here would be... Yeah, do that like that, then you'd have the wood. But then you'd have the stairs that go up each floor. And then you'll have a little thing that goes around against each wall. For a second here. Because then this can go here. But basically, the building itself would start on this spot. So it's a very small-ish area. In fact, the way this would work... I need more wood, but... and up and over. So you go up. then you would come over, and then this area would be your house. And yeah, you walk up here. Oops, I don't want that. Window here, window here. We just wall here. Yeah. And then you can just have the window walls all the way up. That would be one more. I'm gonna need way more blocks, mind you. I'm not, like, done. I'm just starting. And then that one go there and all that. I mean, you're starting to kind of get the idea, I think, of how it will look. I don't know. Maybe not. I do want it to feel very relatively industrial. While also obviously kind of fitting to the theme. Because a city still kind of needs something like this going on. You can't have no production being done anywhere. It just doesn't work. Do I have any wood left? I don't. Luckily, we have a birch tree right here. I'm gonna head home. I'm gonna probably get a power thingy. Coupler thingy. I should have wood growing there, so we'll probably get another power source thing. I'd like to start having this be built. Now, the question becomes, do we just... I think we do. Oh, no. It just doesn't look very good. Urgh. I'll have to do. And then what I'm gonna do for this system is I'm gonna put all the power stuff behind here. That way it's not visible from the front. But we're gonna get a whole... I'm gonna need a whole bunch of them. I'm gonna need to move... Like I said, that's why we need to start moving stuff here. There. Now we can walk back and forth. I'm just gonna head home. I'm gonna need buildings down here. But I want to move everything to here. I'm gonna get all my industrial stuff to move there as well. From the home island. Maybe I should start with grabbing that. What was it again? The lights? Oh, toggle light as well. That's useless. Well, it's useful for you guys, maybe, but it's overall useless. Since nothing runs on solar anymore. Posting. Still going too fast. Boom. We're good. Made it home. Oh, it's thundering. I don't need that. I do need this. I can sleep here. I need to look at what things cost. I'm gonna cook the copper. Oh, there's glass in there. Well, I might as well, I guess, cook bricks. Do I have anything power sourcey on me? No. I need to look at what am I gonna need. I think I just want a bunch of power things. But I also am gonna want even more, furnaces. How expensive are they? They are 15 iron, they cost silicone, and they cost copper. I need a ton of copper, basically, but if I have a ton of copper, that'll do the job. Easy. We're cooking. I'm not going to be taking copper any with me, but I've got silicone. Hello, Chris! How are you? Well, I'm building a mega city, right? Well, not mega city, but I'm building a city on this island up here. It's a shame you can't actually see what's going on the map. It'd be nice if you could. And I'm assuming to see you... Anyway, how are you? I'm assuming you've seen my house. I thought so, I think. Oh, I should check what if my animals need food. Thunder. Boom. They don't need it, but I can feed them. Let me go feed them. Go make food for them. But what I want to do is I want to make... I don't need iron right now. I'm going to be okay on that. Because that's also going to be where I'm just working in general, right? Today, Mom made a roast, so roast on some rice, because I made rice. And I had, because I made fudge yesterday, I had a piece of fudge for dessert. Small piece. I will be honest, it is microwave fudge, but I've got it down to the point where it tastes like actual fudge. But faster. I'm not gonna pretend that it's not, though. Yeah. The fudge is a butterscotch fudge because yeah. It's pretty good though. Hedge was excited that it was in the house. Let's just put it like this. Every year for my birthday, I kind of try doing different things with, like, desserty stuff, and this year was fudge. Well, not fudge, but, like, experimenting more with the recipe that I have, kind of, like, expanding out on it. She's not allergic to fudge, she's allergic to gluten. And soy, to some extent. But mostly peanuts. Of which fudge does not contain any of those things unless they're specifically made with them. And I just make sure I don't do that. I mean, heck, I figured out how to do many a thing for the hedge. Think about it. What did I do for her birthday? I made her butterscotch cinnamon pie. Gluten-free, soy-free. For myself, corn-free. You know? Maybe you weren't here when I... And mostly it was more Hedge talking about it than me, because like I said, it was... Basically, that's what I did for her birthday. That was her birthday present, is I took the time to make her not one, but 2 butterscotch cinnamon pies. Because then she got to have it at the house, and then we also visited family, and she got to take it for that as well. That was basically her birthday cake this year. She was very pleased. Hello, Isaac. How are you? It just takes a lot of work to do, which is why I don't do it very often. Especially because it's like, especially since it's gluten-free. But I do the recipe that I originally found that I still use to some extent, but I have adjusted it. It's fine on its own, but the almond I do an almond flour crust, and that can be finicky with the weather. So fair enough. Fair enough. There's always something. But it's not in my recipe version of the recipe because I took the recipe and I figured out how to make a gluten-free crust. That is a good gluten-free crust with almond flour. That everyone in the house really likes. But again, finicky as all get out. I don't have any, I didn't grab any, I'll go get that. But everything's baked from scratch when I do it because, well, that's the only way to ensure there's nothing bad in it. I make the base, the butterscotch. That's why I honestly appreciated the recipe that I had found. Because it was all from scratch, so therefore I could adjust it. Which many of the other ones that I did fine, right? They just weren't. And so I basically was in a position where I'm like, I wouldn't have been able to bake it without problematic ingredients for everyone. But because it's a custard-based stuff and all that, Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Most of the things I switched out were things like I switched to almond flour and the amounts and stuff for that. And instead of using cornstarch, I use arrowroot flour and the amounts for that and all that. It's nothing fancy. Just takes a long time. Cool. Fair enough. I hope you're enjoying that. I'm having fun, because that's always good. Let me see. I should have copper. Should have most of the bricks. The cat is waking up. Meow, 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 meow. He says he is awake. And he is grumpy. That's good. Yep. He's like, be done! No. Anyway, like I said, it's not like it's a complicated recipe or anything. It's just, well, I mean, I guess it depends on how well, I don't know how to put it. Alright, what I need to do, oh, don't want to fall, so I'm going to want to move these guys as well, but that's fine, because realistically, other than that, these chickens are the only thing that need, they only need this, so it's fine. Yeah, I wanted to make a couplers. Pickles. There. I don't have more iron. Alright. So, realistically, I might as well just kind of start getting ready to move stuff. But I'm gonna want... I'd make a decision. I need to get more wood done first and foremost, before anything else. Then I can come back and get these guys, because I know where I want to put them. For the amount of power I'm going to need, I need more iron. I think. Because these each use 300. So I might just kind of get more of this cooked up real quick. And then just take everything I'm going to need. Well, I'll get the wooden stuff. I'll get like the wooden stuff kind of all set up and everything as well. Because realistically, that's what I really should do, right? Then I'll come back, get all the stuff, and we're ready to go. I need the ability to put things down and in. Let's get the speed up again. Wait for it to be like here, and then straight from the boost. Turn, turn, turn. No. And duck. Boom. So first and foremost, though, I do need to plug in the Forcer bots. That's just a must. But you can see. I'll show you in a second, Chris, where I'm kind of at with it. If you want to see. Also, maybe I should. Well, no, I can't because I think that's too. But it would probably be good to. Alright, so for now, at least, the way I'm going to handle this is you can do that. And I could do that. And what I could do here is I can pull this one here. And then I need to see... Oh, no, I can't do anything with that. I need more power. I was suspicious of as such. Since it's just not wanna... I can at least have one of them working for now here. Right? I have to make the, you know, maybe we just do the brick floor. I do have more bricks. Make more sense, especially with having all the other. They're gonna have to all be on this side. I get that started. I'm out of bricks. I'll need to get more bricks and do that more, but that way I have a place to kind of start putting things in here. And as I said, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to have the power back and behind. And here, what we're going to need is actually to just build out our dock area here. But if I can do that, then I can effectively create an area for my... like, my drones to go. I'm gonna go cut down a couple trees for that. I'd like more forestry bots, so I'm probably going to... Although maybe I just want to move them all over here, if I'm going to be over here anyway. And as I said, I'm kind of just removing the birch ones. Alright. But, yeah, I've got a couple... It's not really a building yet, but... I've got some of the floors laid out. Like, I'm gonna have... like, how they're gonna go. I have one here. I also need to put something that will let me go up to there, but that's not so bad. Over that, and I haven't decided what's gonna go here now. Probably more power, actually, now I think about it. If I take the big gun ones, right? The they can go up top and kind of just come down slowly. Alright, I'm going around with a bit of wood, right? Yeah. What I want to know, the thing I think is most important right now is how far does this go? This can go up 5 blocks, so hopefully this can go... Yes, it does still think that can go out to that far at least. Because the idea I want to have is I just want to have this whole area kind of be like it's a dockworks kind of area along it, and then as I said, I want more of this. Why is it that you've collected leaves? Yeah, I don't need leaves. I really want a way to kind of just make it no longer collect leaves for me. I can get leaves myself. Thank you. Alright, let's just keep going. So far, so good. Although I guess that's not the worst spot yet, but, you know. If I could just build over all of that, that'll be for the best. Well, I suppose I need more wood. Because I'll need more power source stuff. Might as well keep working towards it. Okay. I mean, it doesn't really feel very industrial, does it? But it's industrial for this kind of area. Or rather, what it is. Yeah. It's a Solarpunk industrial district. That's what it is. So it's kind of part of how it works. I need more food. I need to go home. I need to get more stuff. And I need to get power sources and stuff going. Alright. To our warm and cozy home in the cold, frigid islands on the edge of the atmosphere. I don't know. It's really what it feels like. It really is. Because although I feel like there should be more tropical planet or like islands more near the middle. Ironically. that's the thing that makes... in general, that's the only thing that really makes sense for how they kind of went about it. For all the outside islands to be cold, frozen areas, biomes, wastelands, or anything like that, but... Oh, I forgot to grab my wood. Let me get the wood, then we'll go upstairs where it's nice, warm, and bright. But ironically, it makes me want an ability to have to make an outfit to come out here. Oh, I didn't click on any of these, right? Good. I was gonna be like, crap, I clicked on the wrong thing. But, like, I mean, yeah, that's really where I feel like it is. I don't know if that was their intention or not, or anything, and I think that's fine. As I said, I don't need story. The only thing I want kind of like more robots for is more quests. Or items, to buy items. I don't want, like... Yeah, I mean, I think it's come out pretty nice on the inside. Nice and warm feeling, and I need this. Or at least, like, it could be warm. I forget to grab. Oh, raspberries. That you can make it warm, another feeling, rather. Go to more meals. You can have fire. You can have cozy, warm things. I really do like the options overall. I do feel, though, it's a little weird. They're going for the Solarpunk aesthetic, right? And I see we do have a bedroom out here as well. But, for so much of it to be made of wood. Right? I thought about it, and, like, the whole thing is... I mean, it kind of makes sense, but then, like, if you think about it more... I mean, like, really think about it, you know? Like... Why so much wood? Feels a little bit... a little much. Alright. How much wood am I... Oh, I just need iron. Yeah. Don't tell me I'm wrong, by the way. It's fine. Need 2 more wood. And, like, 2 more iron. I think it was, right? Oh, sorry, no. 7 more. Or 5 more iron. One more. Click. Alright. We have 2 of these. I want more couplers. Kind of start. Do I have anything else on me? Also cotton rather than wool. I feel like wool would have made more sense in general. Instead you have sheep milk. Because they're all edible things, I guess, but I don't know. personal opinion, I'll acknowledge, but yeah. I'm gonna get a little extra water. My watermelon. That is cozy. I really should probably put that in the middle, but... or put another light there. I don't feel like it right now. Alright, now we're gonna up our wood production down... right, like quite a bit. Right, adding this here. Grab some more wood. And then I want to kind of get the dock area finished up, and then I want to start moving things over, like I said. Just grab the materials as I go. Because that's more important right now than the others. Just getting the wood so I can move the drones over and start getting those all kind of set up. Boom! Perfect. Perfect landing. Like, these are the best, right? And I'll probably want more drones even than I already have if I can, because, well, I mean, if I have the room, definitely want that, right? Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put one... I'm going to remove this. And then we're going to put another thingy in... actually... No, it needs to be... It's almost right, but it's not quite. There. But you can't see it, and then it runs along this line. And it looks okay. Also, we can just connect the two as well. If I can find it. So you take the cable and you just kind of sort of... Oh, too far. I think I'll still end up going too far if I go this way. Yeah. Well, if I go from this side, I can go around a lot easier and then just kind of... There. Quietly connecting everything. It's kind of funny the trees look bigger from further away, but they get closer and they kind of get smaller. Like, everything works like that. It's weird. you never know. I feel like... But yeah, overall that kind of covers all that up, and then I can start putting in... stuff like this. Yeah, it has to be on the ground if I remember correctly. Because it counts that as an object for some reason. I'm not 100% certain why. If we put one here, I'll be your first one. So, for every 3 of those, we can have 4 furnace. I believe, if I remember correctly. Let's see, now these are just right here. I'm gonna collect the wood. And the leaves. Get this stuff going as well. Alright, this is the one that I'm most unsure of. There we go. Cool. It can, in fact, go all the way out. I was a little worried because so many of them don't let me do that. Like the Silicon Islands, which really should let that happen. Oh, well, hello, mister. I do see you. What do you know? Yes. Yes, you are sitting there. Huh. Would have thought. See, that's as far as that can go. Hello, Knight. I'm working on the industrial district of our Solarpunk city. And yes, you did hear that right. Alright, let me correct this. Yep, Kitty has decided Kitty wants attention. Alright, so that's as far kind of out as it goes in a lot of ways. But I want to build out the dock area all the way across. Having it kind of just expand over, or extend over rather. Although this is going to have to come in here. But once that's like that, then... But that's fine. And then I could put in the drones. And maybe have a little building on this as well that will have stuff. And then here I want to make be where I'm going to start putting my electric furnace. So they're all just going to kind of go here. Like I said, I want to move the drones here because I think if I have the drones here... Well, it's not even think. I know if I have the drones... Cliffy one, what are you doing? I know if I have the drones here... then I can continue working here, because this is where I'm working anyway, right? But yeah, I'm gonna probably put a little building on this side. And it'll just like have a bunch of chests in it. Each chest will hold, the drone material in question. Just so that if I'm coming through and I'm collecting, and I'm not like specifically planning to collect that, whatever that is, right? I can come back through and just say I'm still going to collect it. And I'll put it to the side because then later when I need a whole bunch of it, I have it ready to kind of start working on. Because I do need a lot, don't I? Yes. Hi. Oh, the desire for kisses. But I'm probably gonna want even more drones, which means I'm gonna need even more names. So, you know, I'll happily take more names from you guys. There were only so many I could do. I mean, there are others, but I don't know. Well, I'm not there yet, so you have time to think about it. As I said, for right now, I'm just more focused on kind of getting this all set up. Well, I didn't specifically say, but that's more where I'm focused at. I want to have the drones able to go here. Be put in and all that. Alrighty. And I don't know if you've been here or not, but I did decide I'm just not going to have any birch trees. Is this birch or is it? That's alder, right? Is it birch? I think that one's an alder tree, but this one is birch. So let's get this one. Because, and here's my reasoning, the birch trees are needed for the forester bots, which I kind of would like a couple of, right? You need 16 of them. Having gone through the suggestions page and stuff, I found out that I did see that you can technically hope for them. Yeah. But I tried it. It's not worth it. The amount of work you have to do to just, like, get one sapling. And even there, for some reason, they're the most rare ones you're gonna get. Like, it's like, come on. For, like, the island you're on. If you're on one of the ones that would be this. I really feel like it's super weird how... how do I put this? Yeah. Too much effort. Out of doing it like 50 times, I basically got... well, actually more like 100 almost, probably. Somewhere between 70 I mean, I might be exaggerating it, but it's somewhere between 50 to 100 times. I got 4 saplings, of which only 1 was birch. Not worth it. As I've said before, I'm sorry to hear your legs hurt. Like, it's not... How do I put this? I mean, it's not that I'm like, I can't think of the way to put it. I'm not against doing that kind of method, but I do feel like... Let's think of it like this. So it took me about, I'd say, 5 to 10 minutes. It took like about 10 minutes, realistically, to get that 4 sapling. And again, only 1 of them was birch. Like, it's just not worth. And again, I've said before, I think it'd be fine if it just was saplings in general. It would make some sense. The fact that it's like specifically birch, which is also annoying because it's like one of your bigger wood grower kind of ones. Or more consistently, at least for me. Not necessarily guaranteed, but more likely to have 8 than 7. And then you put it in there and you might get 2 leaves off of a birch tree it grows and cuts down. Like, the thing that makes it good is it's in the background. See, 4 leaves, cuts down tree. Get only leaves, no wood. Anyway, it had me start thinking about some other things. Ironically, which was the furniture selection in this game. And how much of it is wood based. And I'm kind of left with, I feel like if they're going for like that Solarpunk kind of vibe, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't mostly wood items be very not? Just like as in general. Well, it's not really about metal, it's more about for the amount that you have to cut down and having the logs so that you're cooking the logs rather than having a heating system and all that kind of stuff, right? That's like your one way to warm up. And the type of kitchenette that has any type of like cooking implement is a wood fire grill and stuff. I'm just saying in general, I find it odd that that's the choice in question. I understand metal would be odd. To some extent, and yet at the same time, I feel like if it was wood, it should be like a living kind of thing, almost. Like you've grown the couch into that shape, or tree, or like table, or whatever. Right? Allow me to remind you of my house. Here, we can go back a second. Mind you, I'm not like complaining, I'm just saying it feels a little... I'm sorry to hear that. And I'm not saying this as a negative, mind you. I like the style and everything. I think it's fun, nice, it's pretty. But, here a second. Just takes me a second to get over there. Yes, you're right there. Buffy cat. He's just got his tail all over the keyboard. I'm sorry, buddy. He doesn't like that I sneezed on him. Despite the fact that I sneezed on him because he has his fur up my nose. Be that close. Anyway, yeah, so the house, right? I mean, I made it more like kind of with all the stuff. But actually look around here. Realistically speaking, there's being one with nature. Have a da 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 da. I think realistically, they just thought it was cool to like have like weather based and da da da. It's cool as a like a concept, but realistically speaking, so we have wood burning fires, right? Literally all the furniture is made of wood. All of it. And I basically just followed the style. And again, we have another wood burning fire here. I mean, that's not really, but it's just kind of in general. The kinds of things that they went with. More wood. These don't even work, they just look pretty. Let me prove it. Oh, well, yeah. See, they don't light up. Oh, it's probably the, well, upstairs. And more wood up here and stuff. And realistically, think of the materials everything's made of. I mean, it's realistic to what actually would end up happening with Solarpunk. That's the biggest irony. No, I actually agree. Weirdly enough, I actually think it fits more in line with what would end up happening. Because, oh, you need to regrow things, wood, that's fine. So you mostly end up having everything made of wood, which really isn't great. But in general, when you look at the different materials, if you actually pay attention, it's like, it's not actually good. It does a good job in kind of giving you an actual idea of how much of these materials really would kind of potentially go into that kind of stuff. In a way that you can kind of see and be like, that's a lot. I don't think it's bad. Like I said, I actually think it's decent. I'm just not sure they thought about it specifically. I think that's how I would put it. Because realistically speaking, that's more where it would be in line. Because if you're not using coal or like if you want to actually have a heating system, you end up needing. And I know it's a decorational fireplace, is how they put it, but in reality, it is effectively if you're not gonna have, because you don't want to have to, especially if it's got a lot of solar and stuff. Realistically, I'm not like I said, I'm not like knocking it. It's actually more in line if you really stop and think about it. Because, well, power-wise, you're not going to have enough power for that kind of stuff. If you're using it for other things, especially if you're trying to use it for lights and all that, you're going to have to pick where you're going to have that power go. Gameplay-wise, it does make it a little silly / frustrating, depending. And obviously, because of the game, you have an infinite amount of cobalt and silicone and stuff. But realistically speaking, it is still effectively kind of showing that whole. You need a lot. You really, really do for these environmental things to work. Not even taking into account, like, you'd also need, like, lithium and stuff. It's very basic, but realistically speaking, yeah, that's how it is done and made and da-da-da, which is why, ironically, in so many ways, it is so bad for the planet overall. You can't exactly recycle solar panels in that way in the real world and stuff. It sounds good on paper. Kind of thing. And I don't, like I said, I don't think they specifically thought about that one way or another necessarily. And that's fine. It's always interesting whenever like someone tries to do like something like this, it ultimately kind of shows the problem with it, whether they're intending it to or not. And I think the game is fun as it is. As I've said, I'd like to be able to buy more items, but that's just more because I'd like to be able to have the ability to buy saplings or whatever, but that's a different thing. I think the game overall is fun. But yeah, I do kind of end up going to that whole, I think... as I said, I don't think they specifically thought about that. I think they just wanted to... I realistically think the biggest thing is they just wanted to have a game where you have, like, this kind of power because it looks cool. And you get to be in the air, and you get to build things, and just that kind of thing. And I think that's fine. That's fine for a game. But, yeah. It is funny when you stop and you look and go... See... Realistically... I mean... either fit the setting or would it... Because, I mean, the thing is, like, what I've seen, like, it's mostly more, like, brick-based and living... Like, it'd be, like, living couches, you know? And furniture and stuff. With that whole living with nature thing. Is more where I was kind of... That's where I was saying, like, the wood furniture is a little weird. Just to kind of explain what I'm... there. Like... Yeah. Maybe, like, a piano wouldn't be necessarily, but... Or it's like this... polyethylene style plastic that's biodegradable blah blah blah, which means it will not last long for you. But in general, those are the kinds of things I've seen mostly with that kind of stuff. Whereas this is, like I said, more realistically how it would end up happening. Especially if you live around, like, alone in the middle of nowhere. So, yeah, that's more where I did left with. Not bad. An interesting take. But, yeah. I definitely don't think it necessarily fits the aesthetic from what I've seen. But it fits more where I would definitely see it going if it was IRL. Rather than this fantasy setting. Even right down to you have no rain, you have no sun, you have no power with the solar panels. It's just how that goes. Robot does not understand I don't want leaves, only wants wood. Also fits. Because it cannot understand. More in line, kinda. So I would go there. I would say it definitely... It's doesn't go to the fantasy land. It goes to the cold, hard reality. Like, why, robot? Why? Why would you dust the wood and give me the leaves? But a robot can't understand because a robot is not actually intelligent. So yeah, it works well. Get all the materials for a pizza to cook. I think 2 pizzas. Alright, and then I need 2 truffles. Alright. Oh, I forgot to make. I need to make the dough first. Well, I do feel like I should be able to make cheese. Anyway, I like the game. I like overall. It's just a little. I suppose considering there's no story, who knows how our character would live if the character would be living on the ground, right? And not trapped in this bubble, this air bubble. I mean, even that kind of science kind of works if you think of it as like a atmosphere bubble. Farther out you get, the colder, and just not as nice. Because we're the only human here. And our only friend, not even friend, but our only individual we can even interact with is the shop robot, who's also basically the source of all the power types that we can get. Shopbot here. So technically it's entirely plausible that on the ground things are very different, and you're basically trapped by what the robot teaches you how to make. And leaves you as. But let's be honest. Realistically speaking, in theory, there should be some way to be able to create, like, if we can do it for inside the house for wireless electricity, right? We should in theory be able to do it with like power sources and stuff too, being able to kind of like connect magically somehow. I mean, there's a science behind it. I do actually understand the science, but I'm just saying with the way they've done it, and you still have to connect it. Which, yeah, that's what bricks. And then pizza. I do wish we had cheese. Yeah, the thing is, it looks like there's cheese on the pizza, right? Oh, what? Oh, I need to finish soon myself. Buddy's not gonna put up with much longer. I just wanted to actually finish the dock and start moving drones over, potentially. I'm thinking tomorrow I'm probably gonna do hightail again, or this. Depends on what I decide to do, right? That's obvious, but... Nah, well, who knows? I don't think it's actually supposed to be plant-based. I think they just didn't... because the thing is, we have sheep milk. So in theory, we should be able to make cheese, but there's no cheese on it without it. It's only on the actual thing here. I kind of feel like they should have just put the cheese on. But you can see there's clearly cheese on the full one. Here. You see that little that white there for the cheese. I think they forgot that part for the undone part. Although, to be fair, not very many of the items are actually baked. So I feel like that might have been done at different points in production. Realistically speaking. Just because... And I mean, I really wouldn't be surprised by that. Like, food-wise, for example, this in theory should be something you have to bake, but you don't. You can just make it. Whereas the the muffin variant, you have to bake, right? Despite the fact that it's, in theory, the same thing. Except that this has milk and honey. Or no, it has just milk. That's the difference, I believe. And yeah, oh yeah, honey. This is basically just bread with raspberries in it. Whereas this is actually sweetened and tasty. And then this is also not cooked, but that's because you were doing it on the, which kind of makes sense. But like I said, this one feels like it should probably have been a cooked recipe. Especially since it looks like it is. But if I had to guess, they're like, oh, we probably should have one more item, because it's weird that only raspberry muffins, right, are baked. I mean, I could be totally wrong. I haven't specifically followed in that way, but like I could see that happening, personally. You know? Or it's like, at the end, the only thing we have like that is the muffin, and the bread. But I feel like, if I had to guess, the other way it's possible is that the muffin, the bread, and the pizza were done earlier along, whereas the cake, isn't top. What's that thing? The cake, the stir-fried either might be later on, where people are like, I don't really like that mechanic, is also entirely possible. But they did definitely change some stuff. They also left out some stuff that was useful, but like, overall. No, Solarpunk's the thing I think has been, looking back, going through all their stuff, definitely been the thing that has been consistent with the name and everything. And like I said, I don't think it's necessarily bad or good. I just think that's what I was saying. Is I think, well, like I said, I think more in line with the whole, potentially. But I mean, that's a pretty long time back, and you could change the name if you decide doesn't fit. Like I said though, I think at least with the cooking, it would make sense to assume that part of it is just as things change, what people like, what people don't like, with like playtest, right? Again, I'm completely guessing. I cannot know for sure. I've tried looking through, but I really don't. I don't know what goes through their heads. And I think that's fair. They don't. They're like, I'm expected for what people would want or not want. Or rather, how this setting would necessarily look one way or the other either. But yeah, honestly, I feel like the biggest thing, the part that was the most desired part of it was probably the airship part. Like, yeah, we can have airships. And they can fly through the sky. But part of what I was saying with the cooking is because also, like, with the airship, like I've said before, the demo, at least I'm pretty sure it said, but basically was like, you can't, you have a battery, right? You have to keep track of that as well, so you can't just fly through the night or through storms in that way. Whereas it seems to be that for the full release, that's basically been done away with. Most likely because, well, that's annoying, right? And in all honesty, it was very difficult to keep track of the power loads at or whatever. Alright, I'm gonna kind of have that like that, and then that way we have basically got a dock here, right? A dock style area. I think I actually need to continue here, right? These can all be done like this, because that's cheaper. It's the exact same pattern for the top, it's just... Anyway, but the point is, because that was like that, it's something that makes me inclined to think, and I think bread might have been something that was technically available, I can't remember. But if playtesting led to people not liking it, I can totally see just deciding, yeah, we'll just not bother with that. I mean... Why would you? Yeah. And realistically, I do think that if that was the case, overall, that's probably for the best. Because it's definitely, for the few times I had to do it, not fun. Not an interesting concept, not really suitable to just play around with. Because of how long it takes, too. Like, because when it's cooking food, it takes so much longer than cooking any other material as well. I'm not sure why, other than potentially just... Like, I understand bread being left that way, I think, because obviously you're making dough and then making the other items. So I'm not, like, complaining about that one. I think that one is fine. Plus, because it's the first thing you do is the bread. You don't have the ability to make things in your kitchen. And I think it's totally fine to leave the muffins as they are. Because honestly, muffins... But what I would say is maybe decide like one way or the other. Either having like muffins and stuff, if you're cooking it through the kitchen, you have the ability to just make it that way, or you have where you have to cook everything. I honestly feel like the cake should have been that way. I'm kind of okay with the other items like the vegetable medley and the fruit, the liquid stuff. That's fine, not needing cooking, right? Although it does feel weird that well water is potentially is treated as being undrinkable. I don't know why. I know it's supposed to be unsafe, but overall, realistically speaking, it's not as bad necessarily as other things. And I mean, for Pete's sake, we're in the sky with like nothing around us. And by that logic, in theory, after a certain amount of time, the rain catcher should need to be cleaned, otherwise that becomes unsafe. Or you should be able to make a water purifier. Because boiling the water every time in the furnace, one at a time, is not really worth it. And setting up 30 rain catchers isn't great either. That's more where I go with that. I kind of am left with... Plus, I mean, it goes on your food and you have no problem with it. And that's... yeah. Yeah, you should be able... Exactly. At the very least, you should be able to make a purifier. I'm gonna make it a crafting table. We're just gonna go here for now. I need one of these. Well, I mean, in theory. Let's see. I mean, it'd also be fine to be able to make a larger rain catcher, right? I don't think that's, like, a negative, necessarily. But I do feel like there should be a way to be able to have a more in bulk. Because... Sorry to hear that, man. But, because, realistically speaking, you're gonna need it, right? Also, that evil well water, right? You're giving it to all your animals. If you think about it. That's fine to give to them. Plus it'll be in their food and everything and all that. Like, if you really want to go there. For evil bad water. And in all honesty, I'm gonna just say this. Depending on, like, how the water is, and I feel like here it'd be more like aquifer style water, right? Have aquifers and all that. This isn't going to be, like, poisoned water. It's I see. That's more where I go with the well. It's like, it's not that it's just, it's more like, I mean, you can argue that, yes, but at the same time, this isn't... The same water is going everywhere else. You're not washing your vegetables. You're not, You have no problem giving it to any of your animals, which realistic in real life you're not gonna have, but you're gonna drink that water too. If you're not feeling safe drinking it, you're probably not gonna give it to your animals, typically. IRL. And if they're somehow getting purified water from their effectively well spigot, why can't we have something like that? That's where I go with it. Not that it's, like, obviously, well, not obviously. Sometimes, like, it depends on the well and all that, but realistically speaking, I'm more left with it. There should be... Probably. I'm out of bricks. But I can now bring things in and put them down. I have too many leaves. Realistically, I think most of the issues that exist in this are just, they weren't really thought about. So, I mean, yeah. I mean, here's another one to think about. Why is it that this, right here, this thing, right, cannot go on this? Or at the very least, why can't it not go on these? And I'm not saying the ones in the middle, I'm saying the actual foundation. I think there's just a couple things like that where it's just, like, not thought through. And that's how I would put it. I mean, like, literally. So we can go here like this, right? Floating. And halfway in that. Almost. But it can not go on foundation. And then, I mean, here's another example. Seriously. You know, here's how I would put it with this. Why is it that you can boost until basically you'd run into the, realistically, this is where boost should stop. Like, it definitely shouldn't be, like, you can see, you can still technically boost. Up until, like, right there, but if you do actually boost... there, you will crash the shit if you boost till there. And you don't know to turn away if you've gone too close. Alright. So I'm gonna just kind of grab some... Actually, I'm gonna grab some iron and cook that up, and then I'm gonna get a couple more of these made. We'll just have them along the back. I mean, leaves. As I said, why so many leaves? I would say, like, liquid should be able to be gotten out of leaves, potentially, with how many leaves you get. Right? That's another one that would work. You create a purification tank or whatever, and you can chuck the leaves in there, and then you can have water come out of it. However you want to do it. I mean, look! At how many leaves? We're just doing it this way. And they aren't really great for this, but they're pretty much their only use other than decoration. As the only thing that uses them, pretty much, for the overall that isn't decorational is the, yeah, you could use it as a filter material, exactly. But basically the only thing they're really used for, it's not this. You would think it would be that, right? Nope, nope, nope. It's animal transportation. And the receiving station. But even then, for all the animals all together, because you have 9 animals, right? So you would have a total, basically here. Let me do my math really quickly. So 5 times 9 is 45, and then 9 times 10 is 90. 90 plus 45 is 135. So overall, plus an extra 5 for this. So 140 overall. Right now, I have, that's 64. If we take this like this, that's 128. 128. Like, if we put them all together like that. Right? So we figured it's 140? Basically. Let me see. So 128 plus 16 is 144. So in fact, that little corner at the bottom there is how many leaves you would need in total. With every animal. I don't think anything else even uses leaves. Yeah. Not a single thing uses leaves, other than those things. And you don't even need 5 whole stacks. And then for decorational items, right? Because you do have some decorational items. Here's the decorational items you would use them for. Cactus. Uses 2 per. Each plant type uses about 2 to 3, basically. This uses, yeah, 2 to 3 per plant, right? And you can see that is how it goes. I think the only one that might be more is the bush, yeah, because that's 10. And the bonsai is 8. I'm not actually sure how big that is. Colorful cube could be done instead, though, and you don't even need. Nothing else uses leaves. Once you start going through that and seeing that, It makes... Do you see why I question why leaves... Why you get so many leaves? Or at the very least, no other way of handling, like, the leaves. No other items. Yeah, you go get more stuff. I think it would be fine if... it wasn't so egregious. Well, who knows what they're planning. I think what they're planning is to go through all their suggestions they were given and pick and choose from those to start working on and trying to get into the game quickly. I mean, if they really do that, like, there's so many if you go through it. Like, but they've basically continued to consolidate them back into like one thing kind of thing, because they're like, please upvote, but then they're like trying to combine them in. But like, if you go through, it'll be like thousands here, or a couple thousand here, like 400 there, like because the suggestions are slightly different, but they're all the same thing. Snap things to have, basically snap grow beds. Universal snapping. So I think if they're working on anything other than, they are planning to do the solar panels on the roof, or being able to do it on slanted roofs. So there's that, which personally I think is, because it was a top request, to be clear. I went through all the requests because I was like, if I saw any that rather if I didn't see one of the ones that I was most, I definitely was going to put it in there. But most of them were already like requested, so it's like, yeah, there's no point. It's all there. Upvote them all. Upvote them all. Well, they do. That's just it. That's what I'm saying. Even then, you have where, like, they're not keeping up because it's just like I said, one of the biggest ones that's just like over and over is just snapping just the grow beds. They're like put the ones that are like still separate basically when you go through. There's different enough technically that it wouldn't necessarily be noticed if you're just like skimming through and trying to combine, right? So like, for example, one of them might say, to like just kind of break down how they're different. One might mention that the grow beds, right, is specifically mentioned that. Whereas another one is talking more about fences or furniture or how they would be like able to like. And heck, there's some that also are requesting the ability to adjust the height of, like, that's the main thing, right? Being able to adjust the height of the foundation, and when you're snapping it together, because you can't do that, you can't go in and say, I want this to be able to go lower. But then it also mentions like snapping things together, because that would be part of that. So while technically, effectively, when it comes down to it, similar requests, the basis, the main part of what is being being put in, right, would be separate. You can't consolidate them together, because if the main thing of this one is just like, I don't think that was exactly how it was. There wasn't one specifically. I'm just using that as example because I do remember there was one that was kind of like that. But I think it was just the request being able to change the height. But I'm just saying, like, that would be together and then that. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, it would be part, or it would be like part of a larger thing. I know time. I know. I'm gonna probably finish here. I want to feed my animals real quick, and then I will finish. Just because I want to come back, get stuff going. Anyway, I'm not like saying like I'm just saying in general that that's where I think they'll probably go with it. But yeah, I tried to follow their requests, so it's like yeah, just uploading the ones that match where I came in late. Because that's how it goes, you know? Alright, so we've got all that, so we'll be able to feed my animals real quick. I need to also do this real quick. Animal bean. I don't want to leave these in here because they don't really... Yeah. Anyway, so now we need to feed the animals, but it's not too hard because all we gotta do is that. The goal every time is just to have it come out even. Hey, yo, pigs. I don't know, I like to keep it over 32 because otherwise I just don't remember to feed them. If I don't remember to feed them, they'll have no food. And I will feel bad when I come back and they have 0 hunger. Even though I am not using them at all anymore, because realistically speaking, I ran out of uses for them pretty quickly. The only one I'm even technically using would be the pig, but I already have so many pizzas. Or there are so many truffles, I don't have a need for that specifically. That's where it makes sense, again, with the recycling points being able to be used for other things, because then that would actually give a reason to continue gathering them. But again, that's something someone had already requested, so it's like yep, that's there, like 5 different places. But mentioned in different ways. The result being technically the same, but different, right? Makes it complicated. Because whereas one request might request a new NPC that would specifically be involved with that kind of thing, someone else requests it as just the shop in general allows for some unique items that you can buy. Or they're not unique, but the ability to buy other things with it. It's how it goes. It's life. And that is that. Anyway, I hope you guys have... I'm just gonna... But I hope you guys have a wonderful day / night / whatever it is for you. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for sticking around. I do hope you guys have a wonderful day / night / whatever it is. As I said, I'll probably be doing hightail tomorrow. If I don't do hightail, I don't know what I'm gonna do, but it'll probably be hightail at this point. Like I said though, hope you guys have a great day / night / whatever. Suna says bye. He's behind me. And, yeah.